And hello, very good evening to 156 Andrew Shortbread Express and to Pete Edmonds as well. I'm a bit late, tonight. We are about ready to go. And to Brian, and we are indeed ready to go. Good evening to Mace Tays. Merry Christmas to everybody. And we're just about ready and raring. Here is the titles. And good evening all. I forgot where I got up to now, but I think I've said to Brian, good evening to Mace Tays, good evening to Scooby, and welcome to our live stream on this last live stream before Christmas. Sorry a bit late, I'm messing around actually with the leaderboard. I can't get it to work, unfortunately. I've got a sort of a manage privacy settings blocking the screen, and unfortunately it's not showing up like that on the website. So I'm afraid we'll have to do without the leaderboard tonight. But never mind. Good evening, King K Games as well, and to Electric Blues as well. So good to see so many of you in the chat already. So this is the plan. We're going to have a run in the ScotRail HST from Edinburgh to Aberdeen. Then a Pendolino, fairly straightforward, but Virgin Flowing Silk with the 2019 OTS timetable, Euston to Milton Keynes. Then we're going to have a go on the Cathcart Circle. I think it's anti-clockwise, but Glasgow Central to Glasgow Central in the Class 380. Then a Carlisle to Hardendale Quarry. And that's going to finish up in a Whistler in a Class 40, so going back to British Rail days. So hope you can enjoy that. So let's just get the game loaded up. And good evening, Concord as well. So great to see so many of you in. It's been a weekend of faffing about actually with the train game. Been trying to get me trade sim controllers to work all weekend, but I just can't get it to function. For some reason, TSW6 just won't interact with it properly, and I can't get my head around it. I did contact Dan a few weeks back, but he couldn't figure it out either. So I'm stuck at the moment, but. It seems as though it's just been a weekend of problems one way or another. But no worries. And hope you're all doing well. I know, Pete. Yeah, it'd be nice to do a Class 40. No, still not working, Mace Tays. It works absolutely fine with Trade Sim Classic. So there's definitely no problem with the software and with the game, but I just can't get it to work with TSW6. I thought it was probably something simple, like all the settings for TSW6 were on read only and something like that, but I just haven't been able to get it to work. And I think Dan's talked about saying he'd need like sort of remote access to try and figure out what was going on, but I'll try and get that done at some point. Ah, that does sound good, Pete. Yeah, huge box of Scottish shortbread. Yeah, ooh, that looks lovely. Yes, indeed. Yeah, your shortbread. I know that Scooby's got some very nice looking stuff as well for tonight's stream, and some rum as well. So he's all set. So what are we starting with? So it's Fife Circle, wasn't it? You kind of look down this list now and it's like, I've got to find it first. There we go. So this is at the 2024 timetable. So the one that Forks did. So this is the, so where are we? So it's a 6 car, so we'll set it obviously to have a bit of snow on the ground, and then we are 1 Alpha 81, I think. So it's an Aberdeen service essentially. I'll have to try and pay you a visit, Andrew. Yeah. This is the TS controllers, King K. So, you know, it's served me very well over the last couple of years. But to be honest with you, I haven't had time to play with it really since TSW6 has been around. So I thought I'd better get it set up the other week, and then I've had the problems with it since. Yeah, I know about the... I've got the new route, actually, Scooby. Well, it's Max Tracks. I mean, Alan Thompson's selling it, but Max Tracks is actually the bloke who's made it. But yeah, Skipton, Leeds, Bradford. It's a cracking route, actually. Ilkley's on there as well, Guiseley, all sorts of places. It's a nice little bit of a network, so... I might be the last one to do it, but I'm kind of hoping to get a video done on there. I had a quick play on it on Friday. Get some headlights on as well. There we go. We've got double HSTs in there as well. Busy old scene at Edinburgh Waverley. Yes, I think you're probably right, Pete. Yeah, we are quite stocked up yet. We haven't done our Christmas shop yet until don't know if we're getting tomorrow or Tuesday, to be honest. So I haven't had the best of weeks, actually. I've had a bit of a bug this week as well, so only back up to fighting fitness today. Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. Yeah, me too. And I know a few of you kind of pointed out it seemed a bit strange we didn't do a HSD run last week, with it being the last of the HSDs in England. But yeah, great to see that they're still going strong in Scotland, and hopefully it will continue that way for a little while yet. So I think we're only stopping at Haymarket and then Kirkcuddy, I think I'm right in saying. Yeah. Well, obviously Mark Inch as well. But yeah, this is very much the end of the era now. Good evening, Lee. Yeah, absolutely, Electric Blue. So there we go. So we've timed it well for this week. Ease ourselves out of Edinburgh Waverley. So 6 car sets. So these are a bit longer, aren't they, than the ones that were operated out of Devon and Cornwall. Congratulations on your motor racing success as well, Scooby. Have a look at the video. So yeah, it's certainly all been going on, hasn't it, with sort of the stuff announced for Trade Sim World and new routes coming out for Trade Sim Classic. And we've still got a little showing, I think, tomorrow, the Great Western Express remaster as well. Yeah, so maybe next year might be one of those situations where it's a good time to try and get a run on the set if you don't live in Scotland, to try and have a ride on it. Yeah, well, nearly, Scooby. We are going to be missing the section from Rugby to Birmingham New Street, but we do have the direct line at least, so I think it's tremendously exciting that we're going to be able to do a full run from London Euston to Crewe. And I think even better that it's only over 2 routes as well. I mean, I know there's a little bit of duplication going on with Crewe to Stafford, but I don't care about that. Yeah, definitely, Andrew. Yeah, that has to be a target of some description to try and get in next year, I think, if I can. I think have we got something like 10 minutes of gameplay tomorrow of the Great Western Express remaster as well. I mean, I'm not too fussed about the additional announcement that's coming tomorrow night. I don't think it's going to be anything massively major. I know. I think the thing is, it's like everything, isn't it? You're delighted that we've got such a stretch. I mean, we're going to be able to do London Euston to Carlisle ultimately, but there's still bits of it you still want as well added in at some point. Yeah, it's kind of the thing about the Great Western Express remaster is it's been a long time in the waiting, and you know, I've been looking forward to it, and hopefully we know it's going to be better than the current route, but it's still going to be, you know, only part of the tale, isn't it, really? Because I know that, what's his name, Liam, isn't it? He's been working on the farewell HST pack as well, which will be pretty good. Oh yeah, I've got to be a bit careful here, by the way. So with acceleration, we're in snow. You can't just expect to put full throttle on and then you arrive yourself at your destination. But I mean, the one thing we know is it's kind of set. I don't know. I think it's one of those things where it's just built itself up over so long, and it was always meant to be a, you know, perhaps a remaster, a little bit of an improvement on the original route, but it was never meant to be an all singing, all dancing, sort of new or massively enhanced route. So, you know, we know it's going to be better, but maybe we're going to be slightly disappointed. That should be doable, Pete. Yeah, only with 2 miles. Right, now perhaps we can get full throttle on without wheel slipping too much. Yeah, I suppose that's the thing as well, that gradually the HST sets in Scotland are going to be reduced, aren't they, over time, and it's the amount of services that are in use are not quite going to be as prolific as they have been. Yeah, even they're disappearing, aren't they, the 350s? And again, that's something else people keep asking about, the 730s. That's Murrayfield Rugby Ground, of course. Yeah, I think you're probably right, Concord, and I think really, realistically, that's probably the best we're going to get, isn't it? Which is a busier timetable, but with some added scenery. We've got things like the district line trains being added in as well. Yeah, I think I've heard something along those lines, Scooby, yeah, about the 350s. I think they did some sort of testing, was it on the Goblin line? Ah, well done, Lee. Yeah, I'm carrying on till Christmas Eve, and then I'm still working up till Christmas Eve. We don't know for certain whether we'll get an early finish. We usually do on Christmas Eve, but it's kind of in the hands of the powers that be. And then I'm off then till January the 2nd. Yeah, maybe some of them will, Andrew. Yeah, it seems. I don't know. I kind of feel as though it's like a new train, but it's not the 350, and but it seems strange that they're being replaced. Yeah, when you needed a base taste. people forget that sometimes, don't they? I always think, I think if you're working in something that's a little bit more customer facing, people forget that there's lots of people that will have finished on the Friday just gone, but there's still lots of us trudging on. And okay, I know it's not quite the same as those that are working, you know, like nurses and doctors and stuff, where they are working through Christmas and the bank holidays and everything else. I mean, I can't help thinking that everything that's been announced now for TSW, it's kind of, there can't be massively amount that we don't know about now between now and August, and the Dovetail Direct thing. There might be one or two other things, but you know, we already know we've got sort of, what, 3 UK routes coming out. I can imagine that, Pete. Yeah, I bet that must have been magnificent, actually. And I bet there's a lot of people that, I mean, there's obviously lots that have, but I bet there's a lot that haven't experienced the Celtic sort of north of Edinburgh. I mean, there are obviously people as well debating about whether everything's going to be brought out for TSW6 as well, because obviously Just Trains haven't released Crewe to Preston yet. I mean, hopefully it won't be too far off, but the other part of me thinks, well, it's a 40-mile route, it's not quite as extensive as, say, doing Crewe to Preston, so I've got pretty reasonable hopes that hopefully Just Trains can bring out Carlisle to Whitehaven in the TSW6 time scale. Nearly completely forgot about the 50-mile-an-hour speed restriction. But we're all right. We've made it. Yeah, I think it's got to be a good shout for TSW7, surely. Not sure I can remember doing a drive over the Forth Bridge in the snow before. Has it got snow textures on the bridge? Yeah, it has a bit, hasn't it? That's good. I like that. Yeah, definitely, Concord. Yeah, I agree with you. And I suppose the thing about the Firefly team is it's only the start. So, I mean, who knows? They might branch out into something different. But hopefully this is the start of something good. It's every year, Lee, so it's virtually set in stone. We'll get Dovetail Direct in August with an announcement of what's in store, and then it'll come out around about September time. So that'll be TSW6, and obviously not official yet, but it's virtually a certainty, and it's every year. The one thing that hasn't been mentioned in the Caesar reveals, and I think the last time we had a shot of it was it October? I think might have been November. I think it was October. Road back where we had a shot of the extended North London line to Richmond. So I'd quite like that to be a little article at the end to say, oh, it's nearly finished, it's going to be out in January or something. But I don't know, I think such things are unlikely. Somebody was suggesting that the final announcement tomorrow might just be some sort of little free bonus that you can download. Yeah, well, hopefully Concord. I mean, there's absolutely loads, and you know, you and Amaze Taze will be kind of more of an expert at it than me, but I'm speeding slightly there as well, aren't I? But there's so much to go at with the Kent network. Excellent Electric Blues. Yeah, it's a fab little route, and Johannes has done an incredible job with it. Sorry, every pun intended there, because he's incredible trains, but he's done a cracking job with it, and it just needs a bit of optimization. It needs passengers to be loading in properly at the stations and stuff like that. But I think he did it all on his own, and you kind of get the impression that there were some bits of it that he didn't get masses of support on. Excellent Electric Blues. I have got the Benema line. I must admit, it's kind of made me think, although it's an old route, I was thinking I might get the Arosa line as well. Same thought as well, it being Christmas and ideal routes to play on over the snow. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? Mind you, I still can't get over the fact that there's a guy called Nicholas on Train Sim Classic who did that superb route, which covers a lot of the southeastern network, Charing Cross, Cannon Street, through to London Bridge, onto Sevenoaks and Tonbridge, and he's got the Bexley, all sorts of stuff he's put in there. Hayes branch as well. He's got that loop, Cannon Street to Cannon Street as well, via Erith, and he's not even from the UK. Hi Tintin. Yeah, sorry I didn't see you up there. Yeah, welcome to the Christmas stream. Hope you're well. Yeah, well, we know somebody's doing the Wherry lines, don't we? We know somebody's doing the Wherry lines. Yeah, good to see you on Tintin. Hope you're well. I know you had that. I watched a tiny bit of it, but I saw your video of without commentary from the full that East Coast Main Line run. I only skipped through bits of it really. I haven't had a chance to give it full justice, but it looked good. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the only thing about the West Coast Main Line. We've got nearly complete journey, so you know, sort of Euston to Manchester Piccadilly is so in your sight from Euston via Crewe, but we just need that missing bit between Crewe and Wilmslow, and I know we've talked about it forever in a day. Sorry, I'm saying Wilmslow because my auntie always calls it Wilmslow, but it's Wilmslow, of course. But we that's so in your sight. But another great one would be Crewe to Liverpool Lime Street in a modern day setting, and we could do runs, because that's an interesting route on its own right via Runcorn. Yeah, I think the thing is sometimes Tintin, people kind of forget, you know, it's just the time. I know you literally do it in one sitting, but it's still, you've still got to sit there and actually drive the thing, and so it's always great kudos for anybody that's done stuff like that. I know, Peter, I said this last week, but of course the big irony of you know, sort of saying, right, it's Christmas Street, so it's got to be in snow, and of course the reality is I could probably remember, well, I can't even remember snow, I don't think, at Christmas in my lifetime. I remember it snowing once on Christmas night, maybe a couple of times. Ah, good evening, first class trains. Yeah, I remember somebody saying something interesting, Electric Blues, when I said kind of the same thing about Stockport, and remember all the jokes came out about, you know, this is the first time that anybody's ever said Stockport's an interesting place. But you know what I mean, you've got that section across the Runcorn Bridge. So it's a fascinating stretch of line really between Crewe and Liverpool Lime Street. And give me, I mean, I love the beauty of a route like this, but give me a bit of urban landscape as well, and it's very interesting. So we're on a HST at the moment, first class train, on a ScotRail one, which is looking very nice. So a 6-car HST, the last of the HST services left in the UK. Yeah, absolutely, and for all, you know, I don't think people think of it as a area of great beauty, but the the viaduct, you know, sort of going over the canal and the motorway is a sight to behold. Ah, good evening, Martin. Yeah, how are you? Ah, great first class trains. Yeah, I'm hoping to do a little bit of a HST video. I recorded all the clips to go for the intro, you know, showing off like loads of different liveries, but then I've got to do the next bit of the run-in as well. Ah, right, okay, Andrew, yeah. seems strange though seeing them in shorter sets anyway, doesn't it, than you know, than we used to get, that we were used to seeing on the East Coast Main Line and the across the network generally. This is one of my favourite bits of this line. Absolutely love this. In fact, I'm so love it that I'm speeding again, aren't I? Indeed, Andrew, yeah. Oh, there we go. There's an Azuma heading down. That would be probably from Aberdeen. Yeah, I remember somebody saying to me, Tintin, absolutely ages ago, but he kind of said, he said, that looks a cracking video, mate, and I'll just the perfect thing to settle down before I go to bed. And I was trying to work out if he meant I got the voice that sends people to sleep or not. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, Brian. Yeah, it looks absolutely beautiful in the snow, doesn't it? It really does. And of course, we've just about got most of Aberdeen to King's Cross in the game as well, with the old. I mean, it's a very, very old route now. The Just Trains Scottish East Coast Main Line, but that covers the Dundee section. Then you've got another route that takes you up as far as Montrose. And technically they've got the whole line up to Aberdeen, but there's no scenery between Montrose and Aberdeen. I think there's a bit of scenery around Stonehaven and Aberdeen itself, but if somebody fancied the job of filling in the scenery for the remaining however many miles it is, then you would have a full length route with scenery. Yeah, absolutely, Tintin. Yeah, 100% agree. And I think probably, you know, like myself, you've kind of grown up with the game, and I think in the very early days you were just kind of delighted that you could do small sections of lines, and then because now we're reaching that stage with both Train Sim Classic and Train Sim World where you could do kind of hundreds and hundreds of miles and cover large swathes of the whole network, it's just unbelievable, really. Oh, very much so, first class trained. Yeah, if I could, I'd love to be able to do it now. And I think the fact that we'll be able to do it in just 2 routes as well is brilliant. So I mean, I think DTG said on the stream the other night about looking at route hopping and trying to make it as good as they can, but I'm not massively bothered, because I've just got this feeling that if they did a really, really good route hopping facility, I'm sure what would happen with my PC is I would download, I would kind of move on to the next route, get about 3/4 of the way along the run, and then probably find that the train would dump on you about most of the way through the journey, so I'm kind of not that bothered about reloading up the route again. I mean, it would be great if they could do it, if you could somehow eradicate the memory thing and mean that you had no chance of it dumping on you, then I'd be all for it. Good evening, Southwester. I'm not sure. I've just seen you earlier on in the chat, but yeah, sorry I missed you. But yeah, good to see you again. Yeah, I think so. Is it 6 o'clock tomorrow or something like that? Yeah, I believe so, first class trains. And you've always got a slight issue on crossover of whether it's the same timetable or this, that and the other, but that at least is an end-to-end run anyway, because obviously there are 350 services that do LNWR, that do Crewe to London Euston. And I would imagine Andrew's old friend, the Angel of Crewe, I would imagine will be pretty excited about that. No, it's hopeless at the moment, really, because it's not located. You can't do it in cab. You have to get off your train, move to an area in the station where you could do it, and the chances are, if you try to then jump back onto the same service that you were driving before, there's a pretty good chance that it'll have driven off before you get there. Yeah, somebody else was suggesting that Spirit of Steam was going to be free, but I've no idea. He is Wraith Rovers, isn't it? Love to see a football ground being built in the game with a custom model, but looks as though the next game might be postponed with that pitch. Excellent first class trip. Well, we've got a Pendolino run in our second run today, so we'll just a bog standard Euston to Milton Keynes. Yeah, I think that's how they could make it work. Yeah, definitely. But it's just somehow it's got to be so that you can basically, you just get to the end of the run and you want an option to say, do you want to carry on that run in the next available route? I think the thing as well about Trent Valley, and this is partly why I'm kind of semi-optimistic that, I mean, I'm sure it's still going to be some time away, but Crewe's already been built, Stafford's already been built, Milton Keynes has already been built, so you know, you've got the big station at Rugby, which will be a big work to do, but all the other stations are slightly on the smaller side. And they haven't got the mammoth task. I suppose actually Nuneaton will be a fair old task as well, because that's got the cross section of lines going off to Leicester and Birmingham New Street. We were watching a rail cam actually earlier on at Nuneaton, funnily enough. Why is that first class strange? Yeah. You see, TSW has gotten rid of your West Coast Main Line South. Yeah, I think a lot of people have called for the 7:30. it's one of those things that I think I'd love to see it in the game, but on the other hand, you know, I wouldn't be massively upset if it doesn't come out instantly. But it did have a nice little interaction with the cross city line as well, wouldn't it? That would be quite handy to fit in on there. I'll do this with the cab because it's you've got to think of it with you driving in the snow with a train like this. Oh, crikey, Southwestern, yeah. I thought that if you already own the route, once you've bought the once you've got the next iteration, as long as you're using the same type of machine, so you know, whether it's PC to PC or the same type of console to console, then I thought you automatically could re-download the route. Yeah, I don't know. First class trains. I thought it was. I thought that was a given. If you own, as I say, I kind of just about get the concept that, although it's frustrating, but you've got all your stuff on Xbox or PS5, and then you buy a PC. There doesn't seem to be any means of allowing you to automatically use the stuff. But I thought if it was same machine to same machine, then you're okay. Yeah, I think there's lots of us, Lee, that would love that. I think actually London Liverpool Street and London and Liverpool Lime Street as well come to that. But yeah, frustrating Southwestern, I know, with the game can be a nuisance sometimes. Right, now we're getting some speed underway. Just a shame we can't carry on the journey past Markinch. But it's still a nice little stretch of line. Yeah, I suppose. But again, the idea being, hopefully, once it's all under Great British Railway ownership, then things should be easier. Oh, that sounds strange, Southwestern, yeah. Yeah, there's got to be a way. You certainly shouldn't need to repurchase the content. I mean, as I always say, the frustration I have is that if I have to reinstall the game from scratch, then it just takes days, absolutely days and days. Again, if you you've got a really good or decent internet connection, then it's a lot easier. But I mean, that's my hunch about the trains and controller thing. I think, well, I could probably reinstall the game and it might work, but I don't want to spend a week doing that and then find actually it's not made any difference whatsoever. What do we think as well about Just Trains with the Carlisle to Whitehaven? I'm delighted we're getting another first generation DMU. Would have been even better if we were getting a first generation EMU, but it'd be nice to see the 108, add a bit of variety to the 101. Yeah, crikey, a base Taze, yeah. See, I must admit, Concord, either of those I think would be absolutely brilliant, and I'm quite interested. It's one route that has never been properly done for either Microsoft Train Simulator or Train Sim Classic or Train Sim World, and that's Liverpool Street to Cambridge. There's a bit of the route on Train Sim Classic that you could download from the Steam Workshop. I think it's Stansted Airport to Cheshunt, I think it is. And I do have a old version on my PC where it goes from Liverpool Street and you can go as far as Cheshunt, but there's not any scenery on it. I've been adding loads and loads of scenery actually over the last few weeks, but I kind of feel as though I've made a load of progress, and then in some ways I haven't made a load of progress. Ah, brilliant, Amaze Taze, yeah. So you were very much first in. That sounds like a very impressive score, does that? Yeah, let's hope so at some point. I think all of us would be delighted to see. And I think realistically, I mean, I could be miles wrong. I often am, but it's most likely going to be stuff that's been developed for TSW6 if you're looking at either Great Eastern Main Line or East Coast Main Line. Oh, good question. First class trains, and it probably depends what week you ask me, really. I probably... Oh, I don't know why I put full brakes on there. I didn't need to do that. I probably have to say West Coast Main Line South, I think. Yeah, I'd love to see the 455 as well. Again, something else that's... I think that's going to kind of bow out on the southwestern main line. I know they got some sort of rail tour. I don't know if it's happened yet, but it seems as though that's going to bow out without a massive amount of publicity. But yeah, I've certainly done some speeding on this run as well, Electric Blues. Yeah, 100% agree with you there, Amaze Taze. I think we've said before, but there are clearly people who kind of know the game a little bit better than they do. There we go, I think that'll do us anyway. Lovely run that. And we've done the whole run without really having a proper look at the livery as well. I think we are going to get an official ScotRail HST as well at some point, aren't we? But amazing what they've done with the reskin on this. It looks absolutely gorgeous. They've even got the branding up there as well, haven't they? Into 7 City, love that. Scotland's Railway. Texturing on it's absolutely gorgeous. Seven degrees, yeah. There we go. Wow. Oh yeah, better shut me doors. Right, so oh crikey. Well, I think you were both talking about scores in the 10,000s. Well, that might put me in the relegation zone. So I'm 9877. Electric Blues. Which I'll make a note of, is 10051. And Amazed Tays was somewhere up here. Lost it now. It's on here somewhere. Oh, Brian is 9813. So you've beaten me anyway, mate. 10130. Cheers, Amazed Tays. I got there in the end. So yeah. So Amazed Tays is 1. Electric Blues is 2nd. Brian. I came 3rd. Then Brian was last, I think, at 9813. So apologies about the scoreboard, by the way, but I had this happening to me, which I'll show you in a sec. So we got it all nicely done with a Christmas tree, but I've got the, you know, the standard accept all, but the issue I've got is I can't access that page. I just can't find where that is. So it's ever so strange. So I can't click on the accept all. I've just had a little thought actually. No, it's still the same. So I'm afraid until I figure this out. I had this happen to me a few weeks ago and I managed to figure it out in the end, but I'd looked at it a bit earlier in the day. So we'll work on that for next week. Well, I wouldn't worry, Brian. So I'll try and get the scores up in the week or something, if we can get things sorted. So let's do the usual thing. We'll close down the game, get the adverts up. But yeah, well done, Amazed Tays, as ever, and thank you all for your participation. It's really appreciated. Yeah, is it this weekend, Southwestern, when the 455s are doing their final runs? I can't remember what the Railtour is. I bet somebody will do a scenario with the Railtour run-in done soon as well. So we got 1 Hotel 24 coming up on West Coast Main Line south, and that's on the OTS 2019 timetable. That's in a moment. Yeah, I'm sure there's got to be an answer, first class trains, and I don't know what it is, computers, consoles, wherever it might be, but there are times when they absolutely drive you up the wall, don't they? I think they provide us with great entertainment, but they're so frustrating sometimes, but there's got to be a way of recouping that situation anyway. So good luck with that. Yeah, I did read about the 455 Railtour thing, but again, sort of not being on the immediate patch. But yeah, it's a great shame. And no, sadly, Pete, I didn't see the Western coming through. There you go, you see, I'm obviously a fair weather rail enthusiast, because I was happy to stand in the field on the hottest day of the year and witness the 86 coming through, but perhaps not so on a cold day in December. Yeah, that's the other thing, isn't it, Southwest? It's just the time it takes to do all these things. So West Coast Main Line South, timetable. So we're on the 2019 one, and I think it's the 391 this time. VT Virgin Trains Flowing Silk. So we are on 1 Hotel 24. So London Euston to Manchester Piccadilly. So again, thinking ahead, I mean, this service, once we get Trent Valley, we'll be able to do a whole journey from Euston to Manchester Piccadilly, other than the very few miles between Crewe and Wilmslow. Yeah, it certainly does. Certainly does amaze Taze. This used to be my mother's birthday, actually, the 21st of December. Yeah, but that's the great thing. We're on the way back. The days will be getting longer from now on. Yeah, I'm the same, Pete, to be honest. Down the road from me, but sometimes it's just kind of just remembering to look for these things and being aware. But there's loads of websites about the rail tours, but I don't think I've never seen a Western on the main line either. Been on one on the Severn Valley Railway. That's about the extent of it for me. Right, sometimes I come a crop of and forget to put all these on. So I think that's the one that catches me out sometimes over there. And also not forgetting the doodah up here as well. And there you go, Scooby, a 378 coming in. Good question, 391. It is. Is that 11 car? Actually, can we? We can tell from here, can't we? I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There we go. But yeah, somehow it just looks magical, doesn't it? Even London Euston in the snow. I don't know what it is, but it looks makes London Euston even look nice. Yeah, absolutely. A mace tase, yeah, that would be good. Yeah, yeah, that would definitely be good. There are so many exciting and unusual events that happen as well, so I'm sure there's something that we could have a go on, which would be tremendous. Right, so I think we're okay, aren't we? So I would imagine this will be, actually thinking about it, I can do this with dynamic HUD, can't I? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that would be great, Scooby, if we could find something. So I think this is going to be one of those situations where we actually, being this side of Euston, we or are we? No, I was going to say I thought it was going to take us straight out onto the down fast there, but it's actually still taking us through Park Street tunnels. So there's the 40. Oh, that would be excellent. Tell you what, this is like a roller coaster here, isn't it? Not that common. You're actually routed in this way. We haven't had the dive under from the right hand side of the station. Right, now I should be able to get up to me 40, shouldn't I? Yeah, there you go, Pete. That sounds that does sound good. And to be honest with you, I've not been to the Crewe Heritage Centre since the 80s. I mean, it's kind of an easy thing for me though, because to be fair, it's I live kind of only a few miles away from Crewe, so to be a slight cop out from my point of view, but it's a great place to go to, and particularly if you can find a day. I don't know, do they sometimes let you in the cab, don't they, the HST, I think, but I don't know if that's only by special arrangement. I did say APT then, didn't I? I didn't say HST. I meant APT anyway. Now then, I'm going to have to cheat slightly and check. Are we... yeah, we're 50, aren't we? Yeah. So I think I'm right in saying now that the only thing I've got to look out for is the speed restriction just before Bushy. Because we're, other than that, we're basically going up in speed. And I did think the last time I did it that there was a speed restriction to come down to at Berkhamsted, but I'm sure I remember Rachel correcting me on that and said not if you're on the fast lines. Yeah, of course, it's right up your street as well, isn't it? Crewe, Andrew, yeah. Ah. 55, so we're not quite at the 80 yet. Being a bit too optimistic there. Good evening, Seb. How are you? Are you out of hospital, by the way, now? Excellent. Yeah, no, that would be good, wouldn't it? Because there's a lot going on at Acton. That's kind of one of those places I've heard about, but never actually been anywhere near to going. Now I'm going to come out slightly on the view there, and then at least that way you could actually see the train line, as well as I could just about make out the speed limit. So we saw there with the enhanced speed limit, I think we're 100, aren't we? So, and then by the time we get past Wembley Central, we're 125. Yeah, they're very cautious of it, aren't they? But it's like, you know, obviously everybody knows about the Transport Museum, but that's really where all the good stuff is, I think, isn't it? There we go, that's nice. 378. I mean, the thing about Crewe is, I mean, people always say it's not perhaps as exciting as it used to be. And, you know, don't get me wrong, you know, the days of class 33s and seeing, you know, all the diesels and the electrics, all sorts of stuff, 40s, 45s, 47s, myriad of different stuff. So it's not quite as good, but it's still an interesting place. Good evening, Craigu7. Hope you're well. Thanks once again for your company and for joining us. The sunlight's kind of slightly poking me with the speed limit there. It makes it doesn't affect it, does it? We saw a bit of freight action there as well. Yeah, well, it is. 100% agree, Pete. but it's still a fascinating place even now, even with the modern traction. Ah, that's good to know. I've heard funny things go on Cannock Chase, Lee. I've never been on that line actually, and never been on the Cannock Chase line. Yeah, it's like the old, I think it's the old standard line about Crewe, but it's, we've got the neutral section. I suppose we better try and pretend it affects me driving on the game. But, you know, they always say about Crewe, a place built for the railway, by the railway. And of course, the place itself, it was named after Crewe Hall, which is a few miles away. Ah, good evening, Dominic. Yeah, hope you're well. And good evening as well to Dude. Hope you're well too. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I'm the same, and you know, sort of use this Christmassy stream idea of an excuse to play in the snow, but it's there is something still magical, isn't there? I think it takes you back to being you know, sort of under 10, and you're so delighted and excited to see the snow on the ground. Yeah, I have to admit, I'll be totally honest with you, I didn't know so much about Crewe Coal Yard until I watched a couple of what's her name, Rachel, isn't it, the Angel of Crewe, watched a couple of her videos, and she was saying this is Crewe Coal Yard. But yeah, I mean, basically there was no houses, there was no civilization really around the area, but it just fitted in so naturally for the railway to have that particular place as a location. Yeah, definitely, Pete. Yeah, that is the thing. Yeah, and I think nowadays, I think we all are. When you see one, now then, these arches always remind me that we're coming down to 110. Yeah, so sorry, dude, I'm missing out on what you say. It's all right. I was just trying to concentrate on making sure I get the 110 in before we get to Watford Junction and don't sort of go speeding. I might have been slightly too early on the 110 because I think this is the one coming around. It was the wrong arch, but never mind. At least I've got my speed down in time. But yeah, looking forward to that remaster. Tomorrow. That should be magnificent. And then also can't wait for the stuff that's been announced this week. Really excited, and I was slightly, if I'm being totally honest, slightly underwhelmed by the Medway Valley route, but all the other stuff. there's so much coming out. It really is exciting. We've got the Class 90 as well coming to this game, the 805, the 80, the 807. So there's just loads and loads and loads and loads to get excited about. And I think really ever since West Coast Main Line South came out, Euston to Milton Keynes, I think that we were all absolutely gagging for a bit of an extended run. I mean, I always thought it was a good starting point, Euston to Milton Keynes, because there's a lot of playability even with that. So you know, it's a brilliant little piece of DLC in its own right, but then to go a bit further north is brilliant. Yeah, I think it's not just a new enhanced 375. They seem to have done a lot of work on improving the sounds. We're going to get GSMR included, and providing it isn't a massive hit on the frame rate as well. Yeah. There you go. You see, I thought we were good for 125 now for the rest of the journey, but clearly not. Yeah, the 90 is going to be excellent, and hopefully the freight one's the first one to come out. And in a way, I think it's good that they're doing the freight one first, because that's the current one that's in operation, and then hopefully we can get some sort of gameplay packs in the future where we can use it for extensive passenger working. I mean, I'd love an 88 as well. Yeah, definitely, definitely. You know, I mean, I'm sick and tired of the expect the unexpected. You know, it's kind of expect to be disappointed, but yeah, there's loads and loads and loads. I think it's so full that the only thing that we probably are going to be moaning about in the early months of the year is it's kind of like there's not going to be anything massively fresh and new. It's just going to be, when is it coming out, all this stuff. Really, we probably need a Chiltern main lines for the 68, wouldn't we? Oh, it was dude, yeah. That's that random AWS, isn't it? There's no speed restriction there. Yeah, definitely. It's, you know, Thomas the Tank Engine last year was, well, words fail you, don't they? Because I think the one thing that did teach me, it was kind of like, look, don't hype yourself up, just wait for the announcements, and if they turn out to be better than you're expecting, then so much the better. Yeah, wherry lines. Yeah, actually that's a damn good shout. That's a good point. Yeah, the wherry lines, which we know somebody has started, would fit in beautifully for the 68, wouldn't it? So yeah, you never know. You never know. That would have some use, and you could find ways and means of operating the 68 on other services as well, I'm sure. It was, dude. Andrew, the 380 I'm driving around Cathcart Circle. Yeah, I did have a drive down, well, say drive down, a road down on the Chiltern main lines down to Marylebone when I met up with the Maestays on the 1938 stop London Underground. That's another video actually that I'm still meaning to get into some sort of order as well. I tell you what though, I was driving the 91 on Train Sim Classic on Friday, just having a first look at that Leeds route, and the cruise control on that thing works properly. On the Pendolino, it seems to be a bit more hit and miss. The German haggis, the 380, I love it. Didn't know that. Didn't know that. I love the sounds on that. I'm not a great fan of the sounds on the 385, even if you have the mod installed. I don't think it's been done very well, but I love driving the 380. I don't know if the speed control's a bit like this in real life. I've no idea. No, unfortunately not yet. Not yet, mate, in Train Sim World. And again, there's a nice version of it on Train Sim Classic. But not yet in Train Sim World. I always remember the very first time I recall you joining us. We were doing I think it was Manchester Piccadilly to Buxton on the Peak Forest line on Train Sim Classic, driving a 156. Ah, excellently. Was that with your kids or the family, or what was that? Yeah, I wonder if I don't think I'm not expecting any great route announcement tomorrow, but I wonder if we are going to get one more TSW6 announcement. Who knows? Perhaps something like the Wherry lines might be it. Love to drive more of these routes, Hodless, but again, it's just finding some sort of time to learn these routes. Ah, excellently, yeah, hope you had a good time. famous last words, but I always feel with Milton Keynes, at least you get a little bit of advance warning, that because you kind of know when you're going through Bletchley. Oh, 100%, Andrew. Because the thing is, the moment you see the shortbread, then your mouth's drooling straight away. I suppose the good thing about all these runs today is that, unlike probably with the real timetable, we can still run a virtually to timetable service. It is the 25th. I'll just make a note in case, once I get the scoreboards fixed, hopefully I'll get it up for next week. I've got it all set up with a really nice Christmas background as well. You got a Christmas tree and presents and the hearth in the background, and then I've run into a hitch. I'm sure it's something really, really simple, but sometimes simple things with computers get me totally flummoxed. Another 377. Of course, in this 2019 timetable that this was set, the 377s went as far as Milton Keynes. They didn't terminate all of them at Watford Junction. Ah, fair enough, Lee. There we go, that's a severe tilt. Just to say, as ever, thank you very much to everyone that's watching, and hope you enjoy the stream. And if you've not watched before, then if you could consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously grateful. And really thank you very much for everybody that's supported this year. If you think back to the start of the year, I think I can't remember exactly, but I was shy of 500 subscribers at the start of the year, and now past the 1100. So it's all thanks to your support that's got us up to these heights. Yeah, absolutely, Electric Blues. Of course, it's been created by a master as well, who's really shown great art with the timetable, and he's I think he's perhaps been busy working the last couple of weeks, Josh, but of course he's frequented the channel quite a bit, and again, to create the West Coast Main Line timetable can't be underestimated, because even to create an hour's worth of services must take some doing, but to do basically a 24-hour timetable is just something else. I find it absolutely incredible. And then of course he's backed that up by, he finished all the hard work on that, and then what did he do? He then created one for the cross city timetable. And of course now we've also got the 2019 timetable done by I've forgotten his name now, for the West Coast Main Line over Shap, which is good. And hopefully, and I feel really greedy saying this, but hopefully somebody will do a timetable for Crewe Preston as well. And you know, I feel greedy saying that because it's not even out yet. Ah, brilliant, Amaze Taze. Wow. Right, there's Bletchley. Oh, excellent to me, says. But I'm sure you won't be able to tell us. Wow. That's 6¼ days in the entire year that you've spent watching the channel. Yeah, absolutely right. You've been a very, very loyal supporter. I know that you and Christopher in particular really sustained the early few weeks, because sort of it was more of a handful. It was a bit quieter at those times, so sadly we seem to have lost Christopher completely. He was going until the announcement of TSW6. He was kind of there back in August, and then he disappeared very shortly afterwards. Oh, brilliant to Mace Taze, yeah. Yeah, it really would, yeah, it would be good. Like I say, it's kind of one of those things, well, alright, we haven't even got the British Rail Blue one out yet, so, but hopefully. Yeah, excellent, Pete. Yeah, good to know. And we had Tintin on a bit earlier on. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, no, it's much appreciated, and we all love the same thing, which is great. And these little battles between us over time has done tremendous things in terms of improving the driving, at least a tad anyway. Ah, don't worry, Electric Blues. We'll see what I've done in just a moment. And we should be right the way up to the end of the platform, shouldn't we, with the 11 car. So it's just brilliant to know that in a few weeks, months time, whatever it is, that we're going to be able to carry on that journey and carry on up the West Coast Main Line through to Crewe. I find that incredibly exciting. And again, look at how busy this is. We've got, there we go, Euston bound, and I think that's probably also Euston bound, but it's on a slower service, a stopping service. Yeah, definitely a Mace Tage. Yeah, I think I definitely started off being slightly on the cautious side on that. That sounds like a good score, Brian. 13.362. So a Mace Tage. Electric Blues was 13.574. And Amaze Taze, did you finish yours early? Can't remember now. Yeah, well, let's hope so. Yeah, definitely, dude. Yeah, Ah, right. Cheers, cheers, Mace Tage. Yeah, I was doubting myself then. 13,561. So I think if my written down stuff is right, I think that means, well, what's my score actually? Oh, I'm a bit down onto 13,465. So I think Electric Blues is the winner, I think, isn't it? Yeah, 13,574. Yeah, well done. Well done, Electric Blues. A bit rusty. Oh. Yeah, the 350 is great to drive. Actually, that's one thing I've not had a chance to run on the Preston Carlisle yet. Yeah, they'll be quite good actually. Again, Pete, winter's day, a ride through the snow, and you could always add in a little bit of musical interlude. You know, when you started a little bit of additional language. But yeah, as always, thank you very much for taking part in that run. So I think, I'm presuming, I've lost me. But yeah, thanks for the kind words, everybody. But yeah, really appreciated your support. Oh well, there you go. You obviously, the lack of practice obviously helped you there. So as it is 20 to 7, I'm gonna 20 to 7. What am I talking about? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's 6:45, isn't it? So I'll go make the half-time drink, I think, and then we'll be back with Cathcart Circle, and it's to India, 23. So Glasgow to Glasgow. Back in a sec. Right, here we go. Welcome back. And let's load the game up again. Yeah, I don't know if you're still there, but hope you're having something nice for your dinner. What's in store? It's a very, very long time since I've driven the Cathcart Circle. But I did load up the scenario just to make sure it definitely works earlier on, and I know straight away you'll be able to see what a treat it is now, with Glasgow Central as busy as it should be. I also didn't realise until about lunchtime today that I haven't actually got, I hadn't got Cathcart Circle actually installed. I had to reinstall it. So here we go. So what, the 2024 timetable, and we're going to do it in the 380. Do you know, I didn't make a note of whether it was 380 or 381. So we'll try it in this one. To India, what did I say? 23, wasn't it? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that should do it. Yeah, anti-clockwise. Right, that's it. Snow we want. But this is a route like I say, it's ages since I've streamed it, ages since I've played on it. But again, it's a little gem in its own right. Don't worry about the noise there. I thought, what's going on? But yeah, look at that straight off. I presume that's some sort of reskin. I don't think that came as automatic, but that looks quite nice as well. You've got a Pendolino over there, but straight away, absolutely rammed. And we've got one coming in as well. We've got a Pendolino coming in. Yeah, there you go. 6-car, 380. There you got something else coming in on there as well. That's another 380. I mean, it's so busy you hardly know where to actually stop looking. And you think back to when this route first came out, and we had the the 314 and nothing else. Right, so it shut the doors. Did I put the lights on? There we are. We've got them on now anyway. Well, we better get some. I love how the fact that the snow doesn't carry through to the bits that are under cover as well. Yeah, that, imagine, Angie, yeah. I mean, it has to be right up there. I mean, there are many great stations in the UK, but I do absolutely love Glasgow Central. Yeah, I hope not, Andrew. Has there been problems with it? I can't remember. Or do you mean in real life? I mean, there was a lot of talk when Just Trains released Preston Carlisle. Then I think a lot of people kind of assumed that the logical next step would be to go on and do Carlisle to Glasgow, but I think they kind of said they got no interest in doing that, and I think they kind of said it was just too busy at the Glasgow end to really to get themselves interested. It's also incredibly rural as well between Carlisle and Carstairs, isn't there? You've got Lockerbie, and then there's absolutely nothing, is there? It's I think it's, I'm sure I'm right in saying the bit between Lockerbie and Carstairs is the longest stretch of railway in the country without a station. Ah, I see what you mean, yeah. .303. Yeah, no worries, Electric Blues, yeah. I mean, this was a bonus, really, because it just so happened that they brought the 380 out, so they upgraded the timetable, and it just literally happened to slot in just before West Coast Main Line South came out. And the good news then was that they'd already obviously planned for the Pendolinos being in, so suddenly it meant we've got this situation of having busy Glasgow. And you've got the different branches as well, haven't you? You've got the Newton branch, the one to Euston, or is it Lanark? I've forgotten now. I mean, the odd thing was with Train Sim Classic, I mean, years ago, I remember kind of having the situation where you used to love the fact that you could do a lot of the network around Glasgow, but it was always slightly disappointing that you couldn't actually do the Cathcart Circle bit. Euston, yeah. That's it. We might be getting a bit more lagging on this route because of the fact that because I've only just reinstalled it again today. Ah, good evening, Ron. Yeah, hope you're well. Very, very clunky sounds over the points driving this as well. And you get some of these stations, you kind of, because of the block view on the right, if you've got the platform on a bend, it's very, very difficult to work out where the station platform marker actually is. Yeah, I'd love to be able to drive an old 303 actually in the game. They were a great old unit. But yeah, there is a lot of variety. So I don't know if it's another one of those routes where the passengers are a bit, shall we say, lacking. So I'm kind of coming back out because the next station stop's only just around the corner. It's a bit like doing Watford Junction to London Euston on the DC lines in terms of the frequency of the stations. I can't remember which station it is, but Hampden Park is an ideal. You'd be on this route, I think, if you were going to Hampden Park, wouldn't you? At least I've got the excuse for driving this a little bit cautiously because of the snowy conditions. I think there was a question raised on Thursday about the passengers, wasn't there? And I think Matt did say that they haven't got any definite plans in to do anything yet, but it is something they'd like to improve on and get sorted. Mount Florida, yeah, and again, it's just a little bit too distant, I think, for in terms of the game. But obviously the station's there, but not the football ground. Oh, there we go, both of you. Yeah, sorry I didn't get the chance to load it in. It's just that little bit more stuttery when you haven't done it before. I think, I forget what it is. It's some sort of issue about something to do with the shadows, isn't it? Slightly curious sounding AWS, isn't it? I know it's the more kind of modern sound to it. Yeah, that was it. Shaders, that's the expression I was trying to say. Yeah, good evening, Mr. Riley. Hope you're well. Yes, indeed. Happy holidays to you as well. But yeah, the season is nearly on us now. Hope you're well. I think, to be honest, it's slightly better if you can zoom up a little bit on the cab. I mean, if you're relying on the speedometer, you need to kind of do it a little bit like that, but we could cheat a little bit. Yeah, so I know we've got Pollokshaw East, there's Pollokshaw West, isn't there? Great name as well. It's one of those sort of lovely juvenile style names, Pollokshaw. Again, it's an old route now, so perhaps not in as much super detail as we've seen on some of the routes, because you're kind of struggling to wonder actually how the passengers actually get to the station, really. Slight issue with that. Yeah, I think it's a fantastic accent, the Glaswegian one, and I think at its strongest, completely incomprehensible to me, and I would struggle to understand a single word of it, but I think it's great to hear. Yeah, there's absolutely shed loads, isn't there, in Scotland that they could expand upon. And hopefully they will. They will in time. funnily enough, I mean, we all know about the Alan Thompson that does Alan Thompson simulation, but there was another Alan Thompson as well, of Train Sim fame, who's done Train Sim Classic routes, but I wonder if he's ever personally wanted to branch out and build Train Sim World routes. I think there was a link between Rivet Games and the other Alan Thompson, I'm pretty sure, but something about the way they model this, though, it's absolutely lovely. Ah, great, Seb. Yeah, welcome back. So, of course, in case you're wondering why we're called the Cathcart Circle, then that's because of the station coming up, Cathcart itself, and then I think we take the junction just after that, I'm right in saying, and then we're kind of homeward bound then, back towards Glasgow Central. It's not a absolutely really long end-to-end journey. I've never even touched. There's Railtour runs on this route as well, and there's depot runs too, and sometimes I have to remind myself that there's loads of parts of routes that I've never really touched. That's probably one of my reskins. I don't know whether that was intentional, but it looked quite nice, seeing as though you don't massively see the 314s in action. So to see a kind of like a network rail version wasn't too bad. Yeah, I've been on a 385 in real life, and I've done Glasgow to Edinburgh. But I've also enjoyed driving it on Train Sim Classic, but never really got on with the Train Sim World variation. You've missed it, Seb. That was our last one. But yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, do it. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, let us know your score, and I'll jot it down. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed riding on it in real life, but I just don't like the and whenever I've done Glasgow Edinburgh on TSW, I've always tended to then revert back to the 380 just because it's so much nicer to drive. I mean, that was a Rivet Games production that kind of never quite felt completely finished. Ah, speaking of Mount Florida, coming up next. Oh wow, the Mace Tays, that's incredible in its own right. There you go. So you were really in need of the that extension to down to King's Cross. Well, all I'll say, Seb, is just find yourself something fairly similar, um, and just do a non-stop Euston to Milton Keynes run. Oh, absolutely, yeah. The thing is, again, you know, I've no idea what the origins of calling it Mount Florida, but it sounds absolutely amazing. You know, you would expect absolutely beautiful things in and around there. Well, who knows? TSW7. And we already know that, you know, I mean, we obviously always speculate every week about all the upcoming routes that, you know, we would like to see and that, you know, we think might be coming out, this, that and the other. But, of course, the reality is the plans will be in place probably already. They probably by already now know what will be coming out for the release of TSW7. Yeah, well, that's kind of where I was thinking, Andrew. Yeah, there are certain places that somehow you just suspect that probably not as beautiful in real life as the name suggests. So I don't know whether I'm heading in the right direction for where Hampden Park should be, or whether it should be the other side, but I know it's not modelled in the game anyway. Bouncer got the wrong side wherever it is, but just checking that it isn't kind of lying there unauspiciously and I never realised. Yeah, I knew I would get it wrong. There we go. So yeah, it's in that little valley there, isn't it, somewhere? But yeah, well, you should be all right, Seb, as long as it's a Pendolino run. Most of them are non-stop. If it's kind of, well, 90% of them are non-stop anyway. Yeah, fine. Yeah, go for it, Seb. You found one that stops at Watford. Typical. The funny thing was, I was looking earlier on and I couldn't find one that stopped at Watford. Always the way. Oh, we'll have the whole of the UK done by then, Lee, and you know, not only that, there'll obviously be an enhanced version of the game as well. There'll be another train simulator. Ah, excellent, Andrew, yeah. So what part of, I mean, again, you know, I'm fairly ignorant in terms of Glasgow myself, so, but what part of Glasgow were you born? And do you feel as though, Andrew, as well, that, you know, within reason, I know some of the scenery is a little bit generic, but do you feel as though they've, I mean, it's quite an old route now, to be fair, but do you feel as though they've done it reasonable justice? Obviously not masses of custom buildings. Yeah, old and rotten now. Queen's Park, of course, that's another footballing name as well, isn't it? So you obviously don't get loads and loads of traffic in between, but it's kind of only as we come back into Glasgow again that it'll get really busy. Ah, right, okay. Yeah. Very difficult, these stations. I mean, if you were driving there without the marker up at the top and you're going round that bend with that block in the middle, the corridor connection, yeah, very true indeed. I wonder if they've ever played each other in, you know, not competitively, but I can't remember now. Have I just... Was that... there. Right, I've confused myself now. Oh, wow. She's got the announcements right there. Right, Queen's Park. Yeah, there we go. We just said, haven't we? I was confusing myself there. Yeah, I wonder if Queen's Park Rangers have ever played Queen's Park. Yeah, so we're back to Pollock Shields East. Yeah, well, it should happen, shouldn't it? It really should happen. Oh, I can see a DMU waiting over there. We'll have a look in a sec. Might be that ScotRail have been loaned some sort of unbranded train by the looks of it as well. What was that lurking over there? It's a 158. There we go, Glasgow Central bound. Oh, there we go. A bit of a loan deal going on there. They borrowed a Transport for Wales one as well on the back. Hi Seb, yeah, enjoying your run? So we should be clear then, hopefully, to Glasgow Central. Although that isn't guaranteed as well now with the new timetable. We do need to keep an eye on the signals coming into Glasgow Central as well. Excellent Concorde. Right, so this is run 3. So 7523. And again, sorry about the lack of the leaderboard. But I'll try and figure out what the problem is in the week. Oh, there we go. So it might not just be a dodgy reskin that I've got installed. Excellent, Amaze Taze. Let's see. I mean, I'm running slightly late, but I mean, the signals again around Glasgow Central are confusing as hell, because you have the whole array of signals about you once you get to the gantries. Yeah, I guess so, Lee. Or at least, I mean, for me personally, I mean, obviously this New York Metro thing, that's a little bit like that. You know, sort of this idea of racing each other. And so, you know, not my thing personally, because, you know, I enjoy obviously it being a realistic train simulator. But you could have the situation where you get somebody passing you going the other way and all that sort of stuff. Or you could get somebody that you're held up because the train in front of you has been driven by somebody else that's holding you up. Yeah, it can do, Seb. Yeah, obviously the choice is yours. But I'm sure you'll be able to find a non-stop Euston to Milton Keynes. Right, 7520 Amaze Taze, Brill. And 7356 for the for Brian. I think because I'm running a bit behind schedule that .3 points. Yeah, not spotted that. Wow, that is incredible. Yeah, 3 points difference. And I think I'm going to be a bit behind because you know, I'm sort of 4 or 5 minutes down on the timetable, aren't I? So I can't imagine that I'm going to be top of the tree for point scoring. Yes, indeed, some great scoring. But I just love the amount of traffic that's constantly coming in and out of this station. There you go, there's another 158 just merging out. I think we got that 158 that we saw being held by the signals coming in as well. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to trouble the scorers anyway tonight. Not with this one. I know we've got the steam sale going on as well, but I don't know if there's massively amount of stuff that I want to get. Yeah, I remember being caught out by one of these platforms where it came up on me a bit shorter than I was expecting, but we're all right here. There we go, Seb. Yeah, brill. I think probably the standard timetable has got a few more Watford stopping than the older one, than the other ones have. Yeah, so there's that one with the Transport for Wales. So yeah, platform 10. Right, 7195. Yeah, oh dear, definitely bottom of the pile there, that's for sure. So yeah, well done to Brian. Actually, he was the win. No, sorry, well done to Concord. Yeah, 7523. Amaze Taze then 7520. Brian was 7356, and then yours truly was bottom with 7195. Oh, there you go, Seb. So that sounds pretty similar, really, doesn't it? Because we were one hotel 24 and one hotel 21, so probably not masses of difference in terms of the timetable. Yeah, give us a shout. I'll stick you in the in me charts. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that. Let's say it's a good route. So coming up next is so this is the original Preston Carlisle timetable. So one Zulu 31, I think it is, Carlisle to Hardendale, but it's part it's class 40. I've not written it down. 1403 I've written it down as, so I can't remember which part it is now, but that's the plan. We'll be back in just a second. So as things stand, I can't remember exactly how long this rail tour is, but there's a possibility of a bonus run, but we'll see how we're going. But I was originally, I was looking at different options, but I was thinking, well, originally I was contemplating doing it in the 47, but I thought, now let's do it in the class 40. Looks interesting. Yeah, I don't know that it's been definitively decided, and Lee and Andrew will give us the most up-to-date answer on that. But I think that the point being that it's kind of like catch 'em while you can. Well, it's definitely the one from... I see what you mean. We might be able to carry on and do part 2, yeah. a bad shout, that. That's great. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, it's part 2. Yeah, part 2. Yeah, 1403. So yeah, 34 minutes. Right, so we need to... It defaults to June now. So we'll put December in, put some bit of snow in, and there we go. Yeah, no, it's part 2, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think there should be time, because, yeah, 34 minutes. It's only going to take us to just after 8 o'clock. So, yeah, we might have a chance for definitely a bonus journey. All suggestions welcome. All right, what did you have, Lee? Something nice? Go. There we go, that looks a nice beast, doesn't it? Oh yeah, need to put the instrument lights on as well. Now, the one thing I can say is that we have a bit of a delay, because I did try this earlier on and I was beginning to think it doesn't work, but I do know that we have to wait for a 101 to come into the adjacent siding. Right, Lee, I hope you enjoyed that. So what are we on? 40069. Have a wander and see what's in the station as well. We've got a 101 there. I've got a chance for a quick coffee and the old Travellers Fair. It looks as though, seems as though the door's open, but the place seems to be shut. There's absolutely no food in stock. Not very good. Excellent Concorde, yeah. I like how the snow's gathered on the roof. Oh well, what have we got coming in as well? So I kind of assumed earlier on, I thought, well, surely the signal would clear when that came in. So I was getting a bit worried when in fact it didn't. But as I say, we've got something else to come in yet. And don't be distracted by, yeah, we've got the yellow, but the red is lurking just behind it as well. So I think we've got about a couple of minutes. It was about 14:09. So I don't know for certain whether we're actually going into the quarry sidings or not. Hope we are. That'd be quite nice, because I don't think I've seen them properly at Hardendale. Might as well get the door shut ready. Now, I think that's something that shouldn't happen in real life, because the guard actually gave us the go-ahead and said we could proceed. He actually blew his whistle, but of course he shouldn't do that when it's when there's an adverse signal. All right, 40,002, excellent. I think that was the cause. There was a crash in Scotland, actually. I think it was it Bells Hill, but there was that exact thing happened with I think it was a 303 EMU where the guard gave the go-ahead to the driver, and the driver absent-mindedly forgot to check the signal, and then went on ahead, went through the red signal, and then crashed into something. So it caused a crash. I don't know if that was 90, something like that. Yeah, they are. I'm not sure that in real life would it really be like that. That seems a bit weird, doesn't it? And I'm just thankful, really, that I actually I tested this earlier on, because I just kind of thought, well, with installing all the mods and everything else, I just wanted to make sure it definitely works. Oh, very much so, yeah. Yeah, it is. And, you know, it takes a while for the brakes to come off, but it's a good deal more basic. Because you would have thought that if that yellow was positioned there, the driver could absent-mindedly set off thinking he's got the road, and then immediately go. It'd be an absolute spad risk, wouldn't it? I would have thought. Here we go. Here's that 101. Wait for the brakes to come off, and then you're going to hear the lovely whistling sound of the 40 hopefully accelerating away. I quite like the fact that we're this side of the station as well, kind of like typical for a Railtour somehow, out of the way, out of the main traffic, and that we have to cross all the points to get to the right part of the station to gain the up line. And you can see the you know, the Settle and Carlisle line as well. Good view of that there. It could be, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure this would be right up Pete Street, but maybe maybe he's been called in by the wife for his dinner. Yeah, it was a damn good route, Lee, when it came out, Northern Transpennine. I still couldn't believe that non-AWS was a thing at that time, and I'd got no idea that that was the case until that route came about. So I'll probably forget now, but when our ex-trade drivers in the chat, I'll be interested to know if Rachel had much experience of ever driving routes where there was no AWS. Possibly not with the areas that she worked, but right, now we can get a bit of speed up. Yeah, definitely, Ron. Yeah, it's and again, you know, I'm nothing averse about the modern day, and I love driving the modern day stuff as well. But just once in a while as well, it's good to get some of the older stuff out. This is, you know, kind of very much my era. I can remember seeing these trains come through Manchester Victoria back in the 80s. Myself and my dad, we'd go up to Piccadilly on the train from Stoke, and then we would usually, I mean, you couldn't get a train from Piccadilly to Victoria at that time. Cracky, this has suddenly gone very stuttery. But the best way, we walked it once, and then we decided it was a bit too far, and then we realised there was a free shuttle bus. Of course, nowadays you can get the train or the tram from one to the other, but that wasn't possible then. But anyway, the point being that we used to see the 40s at Manchester Victoria as it what used to be, and you know, you'd see all sorts of stuff: 40s, 45s, 46s, 47s, even the old EMUs to Bury as well. Yeah, we are gradually increasing speed, aren't we? I think it's just the climb, and again, you know, driving an 86 or an 87 or a Pendolino, and you're not even aware of these climbs. But yeah, I absolutely love the old trains, and the Class 40 was very much a fan favourite as well back in the 80s. Yeah, I hope so. Good evening, Mohammed Ben Brahim, Father 2049. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, nice to hear from you. Yeah, hope you're well. Unfortunately, there's not kind of a quick and easy way of doing things for free, I'm afraid. It's very much build the collection up gradually, and I think it takes a lot of time, and all I'd say is best advice is just build it up gradually. Kind of hope that you might get the occasional bit of help with things like the sales that go on, and I know that certainly for the PC users there's a sale going on, but I'm pretty sure there is one for the PS5 as well. But you know, it's just build it up slowly, and all I'd say is enjoy the bits that you do have, and just build it up gradually and slowly. Yeah, sorry, it's a bit stuttery. I don't know why it's as stuttery as it is, this. Yeah, pleasure. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's welcome to the hobby. Anyway, it's a wonderful hobby, and it provides great fun. Really chilled out way of spending an hour or two here and there. You know, whether you're doing a fast service, one that's stopping freight, whatever you might be doing, it's great to enjoy the variety and enjoy the beautiful countryside as well, and the representation of the scenery. Yeah, I suppose that's a tiny bit inevitable, isn't it? Because I mean, when I went to load this up as originally I was going to do it as a 47, and it kind of came up with a Colas livery one, so and I thought, well, actually no, it'd be nice to do a 40, because absolutely yonks since I've driven a Class 40. Hi Kane, yeah, hope you're well. Yeah, no worries, good that you can join us as always. So I guess that there's always going to be some substitutions, because I know you can switch some of these things off, but I can't ever imagine me. Yeah, there we go. There's Les Ross. I can't imagine me ever going into the game every single run and then turning off substitutions, turning on substitutions. I don't think so, Kate, to be honest. I haven't got it installed at the moment, so like I said, I think I mentioned it last week, didn't I? But I'll have a look at it at some point and then work out the ins and outs of it and stuff like that. So I kind of like to be not exactly prepared, but semi-prepared, you know. So probably not just now, unfortunately, but I've not forgotten it. I think that EN treble 4 BC was a bit of a joke. I think that goes back to Train Sim Classic, doesn't it? Where I think basically every signal had that marker on it. So I think Just Trains threw that in as a bit of a an amusing aside. I'm sure they are. I'm pretty sure Rachel has told us that they had all sorts of stuff on the go while she was driving. Does sound nice though. Ooh, Victoria Sponge. I like the sound of that, Kane. That does sound good. Sounds like something from me, but what my team leader would say to me at work. Actually, she'll go to hand me a list, and then she'll say, "No, wait a minute, I'll jot it you down because you're only going to get biscuit crumbs all over the list." Have you uploaded that, Cade, to Creators Club yet? I don't think so, Kane. Yeah, I think we're going to get another run in yet. Try and keep the usual, go through to the... I mean, we're only 8 o'clock and we got about 20 miles away to Hardendale. So, yeah, we've definitely got a chance for another one. Oh, excellent. I'll have a look at that, Kane. So just tell me, if you're searching from Creators Club, what have I got to search for? Just bear in mind how rubbish Creators Club is with the search facility, and also when did you do it? Was it today? Was it very recently? Because it might show up really quickly if you've only just done it. no idea why this is as stuttery as it is. Ah, so it should show up quite prominently then. Right, okay. Yes, indeed, Brian, yeah. Yeah, indeed, Scooby, yeah. And bear in mind, I mean, as you know, we did this last week, so it seems particularly laggy today. I don't know why. Yeah, definitely is. I mean, that's, again, I suppose it's different concentration levels, but from a driver's point of view, you haven't got to do any stopping. You've got zero chance of breaking the speed limit, so you kind of sit back, relax, and enjoy your cake, really, without having to worry too much. Yeah, absolutely. And again, 2026 will be the time when it's possible. Yeah, so I don't know if you're on a PC at the moment, Kane, but if you put search in, the chances are, if you put farewell GWR HST, will it bring it up? All right, cheers, Seb. Right, so 13992. Well, I think it's that's pretty damn good, mate. Well done. Oh, 392. Right, okay. There you go, you see. You should never have said. Now that makes the difference, because 13992 was a winning score, but 13392 puts you slightly above Brian. Brian was bottom on that run, but yeah, so yeah, but pretty good. Well played anyway. Thanks for taking part. Well, that's what I mean, Kane. Because I do the searching via the website. But as you know, the search facility. But it shouldn't matter anyway. The fact of the matter is, if you've done it in the last 2 days, then it should show up quite prominently. No worries, Seb. You should never have said nobody would ever have known. No, I'm joking. So I'm just intrigued as well at the end of the run to see if we go right into the quarry complex or not, which would be quite nice. Yeah, that sounds good, Amaze-Tage. Yeah, it's ages since I've done that, and that looked nice coming out of St Pancras and the snow as well. You know, there's a possibility here. Actually, I'm probably not going to get up to 80, but I'm trying to remember what the top speed of this thing is. Have we got it in the cab? But I think it says, does it? It's not 100, is it? But were they were faster than the 37s, weren't they? Because they were Type 4. So is it something like 95? Oh, excellent, Seb. Yeah, great. That sounds like a plan. Yeah, so we'll decide on the time, everything once you get up there. I'll let you decide. Oh, right, we're actually I've got ease back on the speed here. Actually got to put a little bit of brakes on. Just suddenly occurred to me then, it would have been so frustrating to have gone all through that period and then done a bit of speeding. Ah, excellent. Oh, that sounds like a plan then. We storm through Penrith. weird, isn't it? I really don't get it. I've played on this route loads of times. It's never normally quite as bad as this. I don't know what the issue is. It's like really, really stuttery every second or two. Yes, that I can well imagine. And of course the 40s were no strangers to the West Coast Main Line, were they? Sort of pre-electrification, they were the staple traction, weren't they? Even in the 60s, even when the catenary went up. And of course, it was a Class 40 that was really is bad. I don't know why it's so laggy. Of course, it was a Class 40 that was in charge of the when they had the Great Train Robbery, wasn't it? Good evening, Magpies 2022. Hope you're well. I was really thinking of actually saving it and restarting it, but I mean we're only 8 and a bit miles away now, so it doesn't seem much point now. But hopefully the next route will be a lot better. Ah, right, okay. Oh, 12 hours. What do you do, Magpie? Oh, crikey, Pete. Well, ask no questions. I'm not going to. I'm not going to ask you anything more about that one. Wow, very good. Yeah, I'm brilliant, thanks. Yeah, hope you're well and looking forward to Christmas. Yes, I think there are moments in time when even trains don't fall at the top of priority, Pete. Oh, okay. Right, sounds interesting. Magpies 22. Yeah, so by the sounds of it, pretty intensive all round. Well, I hope you still managed to get something of a break over Christmas. Oh, this stuttering is driving me up the wall. Yeah, we kind of struggle with the speed limit a little bit. And again, totally shot in the dark. But is the Magpies? I can't totally see the your logo on the screen from here, but is that kind of Newcastle United related? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's funny we were talking about that earlier on, but I think obviously for, you know, quite a few people, they'll have finished on Friday and they'll have had the 2 weeks off. But I'm sort of in between, you know, in theory I work for somewhere that's actually open in between Christmas and the New Year. Ah, right, excellent, yeah. Oh, that's good. I'll bet you were delighted back in when was it now? March, wasn't it, when you won the League Cup? Ah, okay. I've not really been keeping an eye on the results today, Scooby. Well, I hope you managed to still have some, you know, nice time in between you working as well. And hope you get a little bit of time off to compensate too. And again, just sorry this particular run's been so laggy. I've no idea why. Ah, just the 9-1. Haha, yes. Yeah. What was it? Keegan, Toshak, Souness. Speaking of things like that, though, old football. Again, YouTube's such a great place to, you know, with all this archive stuff nowadays. And you know, there was a time you'd have to buy videos, DVDs, absolutely loads of stuff. But nowadays, it's all available for you. There's so much material of old football matches. Really has been torturous. I don't think in all the time I've been streaming I can remember doing a run that's as stuttery as this. Very, very strange. Yeah, I was delighted for you too when you won the League Cup, because you know I've watched I mean, I'm a Stoke City fan, and of course we've not exactly adorned the trophy cabinet with much silverware, shall we say, but so it's always great to see new teams winning stuff, or teams that from a long time ago. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be honest with you, kind of Keegan, Toshak, Hughes and stuff were slightly before my time, but yeah, obviously remember right into that period with Dalglish, Rush, etc. All right, cheers, Concord. Yeah, 6108. Don't been so stuttery, and I probably got there. An age ago. So I'll try and concentrate a bit better. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, we've had a much better start. This is the first season since we were relegated from the Premier League that we've never finished at the top half of the Championship table. So we're kind of at that situation where we just about got more wins than losses, but there's not much in it. So I can't. We're not going to finish in the top two, but I'd be absolutely thrilled if we got to the playoffs. And again, I think we've got a good man in charge, Mark Robbins. You know, I think Newcastle have got a good manager as well with Eddie Howe. Yes, well, that was the year before I was. Well, I was born in '72, so I think it was it in '72 his car crash, because he obviously played in the League Cup final. But I know that I drive home from work past the section where I know exactly where he had his accident. But yeah, legendary player, a great bloke as well, wasn't he, Gordon Banks? Top bloke. Right, we've got the calling on signal, so we're okay there. Yeah, and you're always going to have those phases, aren't you? You know, where things are slightly up and down, but yeah, great manager, yeah. Yeah, I hope so. Thank you very much for the support, as it were, and yeah, it'd be lovely if we could finish in the playoffs. I'd be massively happy with that. There's Hardendale Quarry in the background, smoking away. Yeah, well, I knew it had to be 72, yeah, because say you played in definitely played in the League Cup final, so that was March the 20th, 1972, as I recall. My mum was absolutely adamant that she'd take me to see the open top bus parade, but I was technically alive, I suppose, in a sense, but she certainly didn't hold me above her shoulders because I wasn't born till the August. Excellent to Mace Tay. So 6119. Wow, 11 points. That's a fantastic score. Judging by my performance tonight, I'll probably finish about 4th. I must try and explore these quarry bits as well a bit more, and I don't know if you can actually get a bit closer right into the quarry. I think you can with certain things. Never been on one of these sort of rail tours where you kind of venture off onto freight sidings and unusual yards and stuff like this. That'd be a nice thing to do sometime. Yeah, sounds good to me, Mace says, yeah, brill. One Juliet 33, 1241. I'll have to remind myself to get me brakes on as well coming into St Pancras, because I always get caught out by the ramps. This is where we're going to need these speed controllers on the MGR thing. Really is a difficult thing to control, isn't it, to get this absolutely right. Yeah, I bet that was that's the sort of thing that stays with you for a lifetime. Right, oh crumbs, we've got on couple now, have we? Can we do this from the cab, or have we actually got to get out? Oh, okay, yeah. No, you just press the mouse key, fair enough. 5954 for Brian. So again, pretty close, and then we'll see what sort of score I've managed. Well, gone a bit too far, but you kind of got the impression there that the quarry is obviously modelled in. It looks as though they've had a bit of snow there, doesn't it? But then probably not unusual for this part of the world. What's up with it now? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, once we go a bit further forward, doesn't it? Try and do that without bashing into the buffer stops, because I'm sure you didn't. None of you managed to do that. So apart from the stuttering, an absolutely lovely run. There we go. 6-100. Right, okay. Not me worst. Not me worst. Yeah, congratulations there, Amaze Tay. 6119. Concord 6108. And I was 6100. Brian 5954. But yeah, really, really good. Really good. Really enjoyed that. So we'll close the game down, and hopefully the next run will be a lot smoother. So we've said, what did we say? 1 Juliet 33, 1241. Ashford to St Pancras. Yeah, well played, everybody. Yeah, thank you very much as ever. And as we always say, really enjoy these runs. Greatly enhances the enjoyment, I think. I'll try and get back up to speed with the scoreboards next week. Now we'll have a bit of a javelin run now, so we'll be able to go proper high speed now between Ashford International and St Pancras International. Oh yeah, who won, by the way, Pete? Did the World Cup 66 squad beat the Liverpool successful side? Good evening, Pantadonian Aisha. Oh, excellent, Dominic. Yeah, no, that would be brilliant. Where are we now? So southeastern. Wish we could get some sort of alphabetical order into this, because I've got to the stage now where I'm looking up and down and up and down and left and right, and I've got no idea what I'm doing. So, got a bit of snow in. We're not going to see loads of snow because obviously a lot of it's going to be underground. So we're doing a Margate service. Well, yeah, that'll be absolutely superb, Dom. Looking at that Metro Rivals thing, wouldn't surprise me massively if that was the the announcement tomorrow, that, or the other announcement that they've got a release date for that coming up or something. But I don't know. We shall see. Liverpool 185. Oh, I love it. I bet that was such an absolutely brilliant day. Yeah, thank you very much, Ron. Merry Christmas. Have a lovely time, and see you on the other side. So next Sunday, of course, it will be the last one of live stream of 2025. So hopefully, I think it's an easy one to work out what we'll do next week, because we could kind of have a look at all the UK routes that have been released in 2025. So we'll do a full run on each of the 5 UK routes. But yeah, I hope you could join us for that. But thank you for watching, and enjoyed your company, and hope you've enjoyed it as well. Thank you very much. Right, here we go. So snowbound Ashford. It started with the catch open. I never remember how you shut that. Oh, there you go. Right. Sticky in. Day running, that should do us. And then lovely train to drive though, this. Absolutely ages since I've driven this. So I don't know whether we're set up. Are we set up right? Control, that looks okay, I think. Line volt. So yeah, I think we're okay, aren't we? Because we've come in on electric, on pantograph. So it's only really on the Faversham services, isn't it? And you're on the other platforms at Ebbsfleet where you have to change. Don't think that works on here, does it? No. I mean, I do quite enjoy that as well. And again, a while since I've done one, but I think it's good, that transition, and then you have the kind of the slower services then. So very soon going to get the automated stuff. Ah, that's interesting as well. An interesting choice, because this actually is a service that stops at Ebbsfleet. I can't remember. I can't remember ever doing a Ebbsfleet service that sorry, an Ashford to St Pancras, where it actually stops at Ebbsfleet. So this is no, I haven't, Kane. Actually, I'll have a look at the end before we finish, but it should be easy enough to install. So it shouldn't really. I mean, I've put the dynamic HUD back on, because there's absolutely no reason why you need the speed limit indicators at the top, because this should be the easiest route of all, really, on this high speed section to drive HUDless. Yeah, it just shows probably how long it is since I've actually played on this this timetable. All that. And it just kind of shows, because, I mean, sometimes, and I've said this before, but I think, you know, we're obviously all delighted, expecting, looking forward to, thrilled about the new stuff that comes out, but sometimes it's just great to go back and revisit the older stuff. I don't know what it is about tonight. I think my computer's is having a bit of a tired thought, because we're getting stuttery on here as well. Yeah, well, I guess as well, you know, sort of in and around Kent, it's your... I've just tried closing Discord actually down, because I kind of don't need it in there. No, I was hoping that might have made a difference. I can't see why it would, but... Yeah, I think, you know, sometimes it's just great to revisit and go back on routes that you haven't played in a while, and you kind of, it's not quite as good as discovering a new route, but you kind of just forgotten how good they were. Yeah, it probably is, because in all honesty, I think it's probably quite valid this time, because I've probably not actually driven this route in TSW6. And maybe, I don't know how it works, but I've probably not done, I mean, I've obviously done runs on Preston Carlisle, but does it make any difference, the fact that perhaps you have to run the new timetable? I don't know. Ah, right, excellent, Pete. Do you know, for a minute I read Birmingham then. You did a run up Birmingham earlier. But, yeah, well, there is, and again, there's some, you know, I mean, we've kind of done the UK routes, but there are some routes that are just absolutely epic in terms of snow. So I was considering getting the Arosa line, but hello Ibex Trades, hope you're well. I've kind of got a list of a few recording videos I'd like to get done between now and the new year, but we'll wait to see how many I actually manage to do. But I've probably written down a lot more than I'll actually achieve. But yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it, that? I don't know. Ah, I know what it is. I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. Yeah, I mean, it's very rare that I ever... I very rarely clear my cache. But earlier on, when I was looking at me TS controllers, or yesterday, I did do I tried to do an... check the integrity of the game files, because I just wondered if it was something stupid like that, and so it's probably that. It's quite old, isn't it, a Rosa line? It's just the fact that I just fancied the idea, because it's kind of like an older train to drive in. Oh, brilliant, Ibex. Yeah, no, that sounded marvellous. I remember you, I can't remember if you said, what did you say last Sunday you were going on it? So yeah, glad to hear you had a great time. But I've already got the Bernina line, but I don't think there's any old trains in there, is it? It's all the brand new stuff. But having said that, I mean, it's like driving a roller coaster in that thing, so you're probably quite relieved that you've got something that can hold your speed. Ah, marvellous. Yeah, no, that sounds absolutely incredible. Oh, excellent, Pete. So you might be losing some pounds in one department and putting on a few in another, I suppose. I mean, to be honest with you, I haven't completely 100% regained me my full appetite again yet. So I kind of had not quite as much Sunday lunch as normal, but say I had a bit of sickness bug in the week, so I'm hoping now that's cleared out nicely in time for Christmas. I'll be back to normal by then. Just fingers crossed that I don't or haven't given it to my brother in the process. Yes, I think we've just got to work out whether we're going to do the Christmas shop, the food shop, tomorrow or Tuesday. I really wish I hadn't. Annoying thing is, I mean, in doing what I did, it didn't help me me train sim controllers, but it's made this a lot more stuttery. Yes, I know what you mean. Yeah, 100%. All right. Does that help with the lagging? You mean? Ah, excellent, Scooby. The funny thing is, I mean, we actually we don't really do a food shop at all during the year. We have a supermarket delivery, but the one exception being the Christmas one. Oh, this is annoying. Rusty. Oh, crikey, yeah. Oh, well, just as well the customs didn't catch it. I like that, yeah. Right, I'll have a look at your photo, Ibex. Yeah, as soon as I can. Very good, Pete. All right, yeah, we'll have a look at the have a look at those photos. That sounds great. Yeah, I hope you had a fab time. Anyway, yeah, well, to be honest with you, I can't really look at it at the minute. I'll see if I can get it up when we get into Ebbsfleet. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm just annoyed with myself really because I imagine, as I say, probably haven't run this route anyway, so it might have been an issue on here. But yeah, it's a shame that I can't even remember even the laggy ones being this laggy before. But anyway, hopefully it's just a one-off. Crikey, that's incredible though, that difference, isn't it? £245 in Bristol, and it would have been over £400 by buying it in Wales. Yeah, I'll see if I can get it up in a sec when we get to Ebbsfleet, Ibex. Yeah, this is really, really bad stuttery-wise, isn't it? Yeah, I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's true. And there are things. Oh, okay. Oh, right. Okay. Oh, right. Didn't realise you'd only just updated to Windows 11. But yeah, sorry for the stuttering. This is not how it should be. Apart from that, it's a beautiful route and a lovely train to drive. So the fact we got it flashing should mean that that speed limit's going to change pretty soon. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I think, I can't remember now. I think I've been on Windows 11 for ages now. I know what you mean though sometimes, because it's kind of like one of those situations. Well, if it's not broke, then you don't want to change. I know, mate. Yeah, it's dreadful, isn't it? So I don't think it's, as I say, it's just literally the fact that it needs a full run. So if we were kind of to repeat the run afterwards, we'd be absolutely fine. We should get plenty of warning about coming into Ebbsfleet. Oh, terrible this is. Yes, I guess it wasn't too far away. I mean, in many ways, I mean, as well as doing this by the dynamic HUD, you could probably easily do this completely HUDless, because it's really straightforward. I know, mate, yeah, I know, you're absolutely right. Besides, I seem to remember as well, if you set the emergency alarm off on this thing, it's a bit of a nuisance to turn off as well. Pity you can't just turn the damn shaders off so that they don't show up and they don't hold the game up. Yeah, it's quite good fun to drive though, and I say ignoring the horrible lag, but in terms of actually driving it, being able to drive high speed is quite interesting. And again, I mean, I used to have the Train Sim Classic version of this route, but if you do a Faversham service, you get that tunnel bit as far as Ebbsfleet, the upper part of the station. Excuse me, and then you got the stopping service then, so it's kind of like double bubble. Yeah, I think the problem is Ibex, by the way. The stream works. I think it's something like, I think it's about 30 seconds. I don't know, it might even be a minute behind in terms of as I'm speaking to you actually hearing me and seeing the stream. So I'm slightly behind you in terms of the chat. To be honest with you, Brian, I seem to remember it's an absolute nuisance because, 66 going over, and then we saw a Thameslink one going through as well. That was quite nice. All I can remember is the last time I did it, you had the alarm hammering at you, and it's an absolute nuisance. And Maze Taze might be better off with that because I know I struggled with it. Yeah, well, don't worry, Ibex. I mean, actually, I think my link to the Discord server is out of date on my website. But if I put the link to the Discord server in the chat, then it's probably easiest, and then we can look at it that way. You'd probably just put the image up then if you put it straight into the server. But yeah, it'd be lovely to see. They are indeed, Pete. Yeah, it is the staple freight train in the UK. Even now, you know, it's more often than not you'll see a 66 before anything else. Haha. That's the old Dartford crossing, isn't it? I always remember when the publicity material was released for this route. They showed a picture of the crossing there, and they had a screenshot, and it looked as though there was like loads of lorries queuing going over the bridge, but of course that doesn't happen in the game in reality. But yeah, so at least next year anyway we will at last be able to drive a Class 90, which is going to be great. Yeah, funny looking trains, aren't they, the 70s? Yeah, fingers crossed, Brian. Hope you managed to get out of it. I mean, the one thing I would say sometimes with the game is, much as I suppose like manuals and stuff are a bit old-fashioned, but it'd be great if there was some more PDFs stored in the game. Like, I know Just Trains make a point of doing it and explaining stuff like that, and explaining things a bit more straightforward. Yeah, it seems that I was reluctant to say it, to be honest, Ibex, but yeah, it seems to be a bit better. Not before time, it has to be said. But this is the kind of the easy. Well, this is the easy part of the route because it's 2 tracks, and we've got more tracks coming back in, and then we've got the London bit as well. So we'll see. Another 66 for the delight of Pete there. I mean, funnily enough, you know, if I had to say what's my favourite run of the year, I'd probably select a 66 run. I think that one we did on the last run on when we looked at Josh's 2019 OTS West Coast Mainline South timetable, that was a really, really good one. Yeah, no first class, is there? It's kind of like, I suppose the idea being it's a cross between you know, it's a fast commuter train, really. Now, I'll be honest with you, when it was first announced, the HS1, it never really occurred to me that there was ever a plan to run fast commuter services in Kent like this, so that came as a slight surprise to me. I'm sure it was well enough known and publicised, but it seemed to just come out of the blue as far as I was concerned. Right, so down to 200. So I presume that I mean, you get plenty of warning coming into Stratford anyway, don't you? Stratford International. Never any great danger of you coming in too fast. The brakes on this thing are really impressive. So good, in fact, that it could stop just like that. Not sure I've ever had the situation of being held and made to stop, because that kind of confused me. I mean, I kind of get the concept of those triangle things, but I've never ever had to do it. Yeah, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you? I mean, I don't know what the longest distance journey is, but you know, if it's as long as it's a couple of hours, then You would think so. Oh, I like that, amazing. We got like a folder then with notes in, which I think is a damn good idea. I mean, I have compiled stuff at times, but the difficulty is that there's just so many trains, isn't there? You can't remember them all. I think I just panicked really because the alarm's going off for that long, and it's like, you know, just shut the up, and the rest of it's not too bad. Ah, brilliant to Mace Tays, right? 10609. Just kind of shows you what happens if it's not a stuttery. Yeah, sounds good to me. Pete. Right, so make a note of your score there, Amaze Taste. 10-609. 10795 for Concord, and it kind of just shows how much we've been stuttering. No, it wasn't. It wasn't in the agenda, Seb. It was just the fact that we had a little bit more time at the end of the stream, so thought we'd finish this off. So literally, obviously, only 5 miles away now. So I'll see if, for once in a way, I'll see if I can avoid getting stung by the coming into St Pancras. I usually get hit by the ramps. Oh, excellent. Yeah, well, at least you're going. Yeah, well done. Yeah, that's true. That's something we're gonna have to have a go at some point, aren't we? That'd be quite fun. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and as always, and you know, I know we say it every week, but really appreciated everybody taking part. I think it adds great amount of fun. I think you enjoy it, I enjoy it, and it just greatly increases the experience. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I struggle enough with talking and driving at the same time, as you know, but it's yeah, it's difficult to do everything. I mean, you know, lots of people obviously do the YouTubing and have the, you know, have a camera on them at the same time, but I've yet to do that. Yeah, it can be a bit busy, can't it? Oh, it's a long time since I've done an Interrail, Pete. I did that actually for the '98 World Cup, which me and my mate did for Travel About France. I missed your score, Dom. I'll have a look. Just remind me again. Sorry. Oh, I don't know, Brian. I think I've been running the wooden spoon gauntlet, but there's been some weeks when you've been right out on top. So you know, it's all relative. And yeah, definitely a Mace Taste. That was the thing, wasn't it? We kind of started off as yeah, just the two of us, and now there's a whole bunch of them, which is great. Right, cheers, Dom. 10-8-2-6. So you're out in front at the moment, mate. That sounds good. I worried then by the sound. I thought, what have I set off now? But of course, it's the AWS coming into effect. Ah, brilliant, yeah. And like I say, it's, you know, a long time since we had the Interrail, but the fact that I presume it's still pretty good value. Great that it's still going as well, even you know, survive Brexit. Oh, it sounds lovely. That does, yeah. And there'll be some good food as well. So we're coming into platform 12. I mean, this is another route that's nowhere near been touched. You know, sort of the main, middle and main line, but I guess it's not going to be top of people's pecking order. I like that, yeah. Now we've got the HSTs. We've got a 395 in Transpennine Express livery, just by way of a bit of light relief from the livery. Oh, and there's another one on the right as well. So doing well with that livery. I thought I got rid of most of the 395 liveries, to be honest, because now that we've got the 802 in the game, I thought I'd deleted them, but clearly not. They come back to haunt me. And for all, as you say, I know about the kind of the Euro Star Terminal, all the rest of it, but still an amazing station. And good that we've got the proper shed. Be nice to fill those up with the Paris trains there, wouldn't it? Right. So what's my score? 10. not too bad. Not too bad. 10,745. Yeah, well done. Well done, Dominic. Success there. 10,826. So I was 10,745. Amaze Taste 10,609. Concord 10,795. So what was I? Third then, I think, wasn't I? So yeah, we just got Brian's score. But yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it was that was one of my better performances. It was a bit distracting as well with all the stuttery going on, really. So I'll just have a quick look for the benefit of Canaan about the this livery. Well, it's not on the first page. And it's not on the second page. I can see one for the Great British Railways, but I don't think that's going to be it. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Live streams as ever. And yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, absolutely, everybody. Have a lovely Christmas. We'll see you on the other side. I'll try my best to get some videos up over the next week and have a little bit more time, hopefully, over the Christmas period. Brian, let us know your score in the chat. And then we can, and hopefully the scoreboard might be back next week after I've figured out the shenanigans with that as well. And yeah, thanks as ever for the company. It's been another lovely stream. Really appreciated. Merry Christmas, everybody. And yeah, bye, Scooby, and Merry Christmas to you and you, Pete, and everybody else as well. There's so many, and Mr. Riley and Seb and well, just everybody really. Everybody who's watched. Well, you never know, Mr. Riley. Yeah, there's a possibility. I mean, next week, I think it's a pretty obvious one, but it's going to be the last one for 2025 next Sunday. So I think it's a chance to look back on all the UK releases. So possibly 5 hours. We'll see. But yeah, thank you very much. Merry Christmas, everybody. And until next week, from Powerflower, Trains and Planes, for now, it is good night.